Everybody, we're back. Digital Devil Saga time again. When was the last time we streamed this?
Rend, slaughter, devour your enemies. There is no other way to survive. You cannot escape your hunger, warriors of purgatory.
Light shine on the heaven, the earth does breathe life free, glory and grace. May it open our eyes to the truth, Shanti, Shanti.
It's been a while because this was redeemed around the same time as Final Fantasy VII Remake. I ended up kind of heavily focusing on FF7 Remake, and I did the RE0 stream and the Crash and Broken Sword streams, and then yesterday was Metal Gear Solid. So it's been a while since we've done this. It should be fun. Except we're in the castle, which is... Well, let's do it. Once we get started, it won't be as bad. Hey, Amanda. And that HD texture pack I got is just absolutely beautiful. Alright. Do this. We all healed. Ready? That's taking a while. Why is it taking a while? Hmm. Try this again. Wow, wow, wow. You're fire, right? No. Not ice. This is the problem with taking so long between sessions. Just forgetting what it is that we're doing. Or not so much what it is we're doing, the and again. Going into the menu seems to be just freezing the game. Why is that? How bad is that going to be for the stream? Okay, so let's not go into the menu, I guess. How you doing, man?
This story took place not long ago. In a certain kingdom, there lived a beautiful princess with mysterious powers. Her powers were very special.
I'm hoping, like,
They
we get
protected the
further in,
country
it'll just smooth
and
out.
drove away hardship. However, one day an evil being captured the princess and planned to use her powers for evil. She was imprisoned high up in a tall tower. In a neighboring kingdom, there lived two princes who happened to be close friends of the princess. Their personalities were exact opposites of one another. One prince was always kind.
I feel that.
The other was brash and took a liking to violence. Thus, behind their backs, people began calling them the Good Prince and the Evil Prince.
So, the good prince is going to refer to Sir,
The princess was secretly in love
and
with the Good
evil
Prince.
prince is going to refer to Heat. Presumably based on DDS2. No, I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be Sarah. It's just Kaneko's art. Wow, wow, wow. There you go. And autumn. So map works fine. There we go, menu's working fine now. Okay, that's good. My good prince, I wish I could convey how my heart truly feels, dearest traveller. Might you guard these tidings to my beloved as for his whereabouts? Twinkle Bell. You know, I hadn't watched that movie, Teak. It sounds dumb. Oh, do you mean the concept of the Super Sons? Which I'm not super into anyway. I feel like just out of nowhere, Clark Kent and Lois Lane just have like a son that's Damian Wayne's age. It's like, okay, why? How? What? And I just don't like a lot of the portrayals of Damian Wayne. Absolutely sick of him. I think he is the worst Robin. Because his character trait is that he's brash and abrasive and doesn't get along with anybody. And that has been his personality for like 10 years. I do not remember the pathway through this. This might take a while. Oh, you mean like Superboy Prime? And Bart Allen. I forget exactly why Bart Allen was suddenly an adult. Probably not anymore. I'm talking about, like, when he was killed. Like, he was Impulse, and then he became Kid Flash. And then he was an adult. For some reason, I don't remember why. Yes, pre-Flashpoint. One of the big plot points of Final Crisis is the Rogues getting revenge on Inertia for killing him. So it's pre-Final Crisis. There we go. Yeah, it was weird. Oh wow, I made it all the way through. Huh. That's actually really lucky. Alright, is there a way out of here without falling into the basement? Maybe it'll be a positive aspect of Damian Wayne's personality that'll actually stick. Anytime they actually improve Damian Wayne as a character, they immediately just push it back to him being a colossal dick. It's a big part of the reason why I get frustrated with the New 52 movie universe that DC did with the animated movies. Because he's one of the most prominent characters in all of those movies. And he gets character growth in so many of them, and then in the next movie he appears in, it's always like, oh yeah, and then Damian Wayne went back to being a dick. And it's like James Gunn announced Circle. That was actually super clean. So happy with how that went. Like when James Gunn announced, we're gonna do a Batman and Robin movie, and it's gonna feature Damian Wayne. I was like, we couldn't feature any other Robin. Hey, you know what Robin's criminally overlooked these days? Tim Drake. We might as well fully explore this place. Yeah, but the others also get to have personality outside of that. And I'm also really tired of this idea that Batman is only a dick. feel like that's something that should go away. Cool, I hope he stays that way. Of course, we know it won't. There you go, that's the reason why you can't just run straight this way. Hmm. God damn it. No, no. Freaking Mudo combined with Curse is almost a guaranteed kill. So I have good news for everybody. Especially Bane when he turns up. Sound alerts are back. We have sound alerts again. Excellent. Yes. Yes, I am. Set them up before stream, tested them before stream. They are there and they will be audible. I'm casting Mudo. Fucking bastard. Hate that shit. Okay, why isn't move fast working? Right there. Why aren't these working? They were working before stream.
You are worthy.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets!
God damn it, Ninja. Oh, weapon isn't working because I don't have that. So why isn't move fast working? Isn't trigger working? Seems like you might be, Teak. Alright, let me just restart the chat bot. Maybe that'll do it.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets!
Why are some working and some aren't? Oh, did it actually play? No. I'm not getting anything off the soundbar for it. No reaction. No, no reaction from it. I have moments set up. Right, no, I didn't have weapon. I appreciate that Zeke's just going to go through all of them. Uh-huh. It's frustrating, like, the two that I tested before stream worked. Yeah, so I'm looking at it here. And it seems like just a lot of these don't seem to have rendered properly when I've set them up. So they're just listed as like nothing. Means a bunch of these are gonna have to be set up again. Let me take a look. That's not gonna work. That won't work. No. 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 Okay, backside should work. Backside on the list. Did I not put that on the list? And fucking put backside on the list. Okay, backside's on the list. That should work. Seems like most of these just haven't rendered as anything. Fucking irritating. Oh. Oh, conversation should work.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
There we go. It's definitely the issue. It's not a chatbot issue. It's the fucking. They're just not rendered properly. Oh. Humans will work. Moment will work. I don't remember what the fuck Memories was. Monster. Oh shit. Ride. Soul, Storm, Stranger, Way, Unenlightened, Man, Worthy. Yeah, won't work. Yeah, so some of them just haven't rendered right. The reason they stopped working, Seek, is because I thought maybe the issue is that chatbot's just being awkward and because they're not located in the default folder. No, it's not that.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets.
The unenlightened masses, they cannot make the judgment call. Give up free will forever, their voices won't be heard at all.
So some of them are working, some of them just are. They're all working, it's the ones that aren't doing anything have been rendered as nothing. Fucking irritating, because I don't remember what some of these are. I remember what blood was. It's not what you think. Oh, okay, no, I remember. We don't need backside because it's despair. I listed it as despair. Alright. You have to spend like another hour looking into dealing with that later. Sorry about that, guys. Irritating. I spent a bunch of time on that. I appreciate you trying to look into it, Manda, but it's not a Twitch issue. Though if you want to do ! despair, go ahead. Get it. course, it's never just going to be that easy. Was there one that Ninja would like? One of these, one Ninja would like. That one didn't work. Try Stranger, Ninja. What up, Clem? Okay, I know Stranger should be fucking working. Is that not under Stranger? No, it's under Stranger. Why isn't it working? It should be.
I've come here from nowhere, across the unforgiving sea.
Not sure why that didn't work for you, Ninja. We can't just blame everything on Ninja. Clem, let me know when you're, like, properly here. Because I've got one that I know you'll like. I'm gonna have to re-render a lot of these. Good thing I didn't empty my, recycle bin yet. Man, we don't have Blurst. We do still have this one, though.
I am the storm that is approaching.
Because I had that backed up elsewhere. Alright, let's hit the save point. Fuck off. Oh, the good news as well is I've finally sorted out mod view on OBS, so now I can delete all of you without having to go into Twitch. Let's just go up the stairs. I've come here from nowhere, across the unforgiving sea, drifting further and further. It's all becoming clear to me. You want to use the fire on the PC? Are you feeling cold today? Get up. Have you guys seen that video of the guy who has like the chart demonstrating how much you can fuck around before you find out? Beautiful. I love it. Alright, let's get out of there. What was the second floor? I forget. I was gonna say, like, don't the Jack brothers appear here? Nope. You guys have a lot of health. Yeah, but Jack the Ripper's, like, more often than not in games. Fucking goddammit, Gale. Demonica doesn't exist yet. Demonica came from Strange Journey. Because that's where the Demonicas were introduced. King Frost and Jack Frost, King Frost and Black Frost aren't Jacks. None of us are weak to ice, genius. Seriously. I like the Demonica design. It's a cool design. I look forward to getting to Strange Journey. I should really just be doing Strange Journey in my spare time. I think I remember these doors are here. I'm disappointed that it wasn't a proper crossover. I have it. Twice. I bought it on Wii U and I bought it on Switch, and I've still not played it. But yeah, it wasn't really a proper crossover. That was like 3 steps. Alright. I'm in the tower. It's idols to some degree. I don't know.
However, in the same manner, the evil prince was madly in love with the princess. He often interfered with the princess in her love. He desperately craved her affections for himself. But try as he might, no matter what he did, her feelings for the good prince never changed.
I'm not super into costumes as, like, DLC. If they're included in the game, great. But as DLC, I don't care. The only reason I bought the costume DLC for Persona 5 is because they come with music. And it's like, oh, get the Persona 3 outfits, and it comes with Mass Destruction. It's a weird way of saying this is a mirror puzzle. Yeah, costumes included with the game. If you get Persona 5 Royal on PC, it comes with all the DLC, including all the costume DLC for the original game, and all the extra DLC from Persona 5 Royal. The Persona 5 Royal had the option, if you got Persona 5 Royal on PS4, you could download all the DLC from Persona 5 for free. I don't know why it wasn't included, but you can download it as a free pack. The PC version of Persona 5 Royal comes with all the Royal DLC as well, so you get everything. I try to mute the microphone when I'm coughing. My throat just feels kind of like, nah, right now. It's frustrating me. To the right. I've said before though, like some of the laser's too high for it to actually touch us. Like, the costumes come with battle music from previous Persona games, or just, like, previous SMT games. So, like, you get the Persona 3 costumes, and you get Mass Destruction. You get the SMT 4 costumes, and you get the SMT 4 battle theme. But some of them are like, these are absolutely the wrong themes. or like the themes I would prefer not. Like Persona 4, you get the Persona 4 costumes, and the theme it gives you to battle with is Time to Make History, which I consider to be much inferior to Reach Out to the Truth. And the same's true of the Strange Journey costumes. It doesn't give you the Fear of God, which is the battle theme for Strange Journey. It gives you the battle theme for Strange Journey Redux. I'm just like, but Strange Journey's battle theme is like peak battle theme. It is unacceptable, isn't it? It's like fucking outrage. Love that theme, it's so good. I'm glad that Atlus has made those games available on more platforms now, making them more accessible for everybody. Now, if only they'll do it with some of their other games. Nocturne HD isn't available on Xbox for some reason. And then there's stuff like Digital Devil Saga 1 and 2, not available on anything other than PS2. You can get them on PS3 as PS2 classics, but they're not well done. Personas 1 and 2. Devil Summoner games. Ooh, HP noise. Yeah, we start counting the handheld games as well, absolutely. Devil Survivor is one of the best SMT games. And Strange Journey. And SMT 4. And Soul Hackers. So what side are we coming at you from? This side. Means you're coming from here. If they're gonna re-release them, I figure they might as well do 4 and Apocalypse in a bundle. Because it's the same thing as like Devil May Cry 2. I will have Devil May Cry 2 if it's in a collection. I will not buy Devil May Cry 2 again on its own. So if Atlus releases Apocalypse in a bundle with 4, I'll take it, I'll be fine with it. If they release it on its own, I will not purchase it. And like, it's the same thing with DMC2. Like, oh yeah, no. Capcom puts Devil May Cry on Switch, and it's 1, 2, and 3 individually. And it's like, I'm not fucking buying that. Yeah, exactly that. It's like, I've got Devil May Cry 2 on its own on PS2, I don't need to buy it on its own again. Which reminds me, Ninja, I'm debating for when we actually get around to doing Devil May Cry, doing the original 3 on PS2. Debating. I may change my mind. It's really just with 3. Because, like, 3... Visually, 3 comes out looking the worst in the HD collection. It's like, I'd absolutely prefer to do the original PS2 version of DMC3, but I want to do it with the style switcher. I have a sneaking suspicion that the style switching will really help balance out some of the frustrating enemies. Because it's a common complaint that Devil May Cry 3 has, like, the worst enemy lineup of the entire series. And I can agree with that, but my thought recently has been, like, if you have access to all weapons and all styles at the same time, like you do in 4 and 5, would that fix the problem? And I'm kind of curious about that, but that would also require me actually getting good with Gunslinger, which... just the angel fuckers will... I feel like the angels will probably be less of a pain with Gunslinger and specific guns. Yeah. And like when I streamed Devil May Cry 3, Agni and Rudra first time, not a problem, because I have a specific strategy for dealing with them involving Cerberus. But during the boss rush, I completely forgot to bring Cerberus with me, so Agni and Rudra were suddenly a problem. Ah, Christ. The angels are awful, yeah.
Once the princess was captured, it wasn't long before the princes came to the tower. They both meant to rescue the imprisoned damsel. However, the evil prince, in his hatred of the good prince, challenged him to a duel that he might never reach the princess. There, in front of the princess, the two men faced each other, and the duel began.
It's amazing seeing Square, like, keep going on with this NFC nonsense. It's like, oh yeah, no, we partnered with a carbon-neutral blockchain thing. It's like, cool, you realize that the cost of the environment was just, like, one problem with this whole thing. Here I am, Uncle Mo, thank you, man. I'm gonna get to Parasite Eve. Parasite Eve should be the RPG we do after this. Ah, shit, it's Cuckoo Lane. Get him! Don't lie to me, Clem. You don't like Final Fantasy 12. How you doing, Lena? Good to see you. It's not a man purse. It's called a satchel. Indiana Jones wears one. You bitch. Get him. Thanks, Leno. Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing well. I'm getting by. Getting by. Where I'm going, got no way, you know, and running on a road to nowhere. That's not good. That's better. You bastard. I know battle themes are great. I love variable mixes. Oh, Clem, now that you hear it, type exclamation mark way. God damn it, Clem. Wait until I'm done with this battle, Clem, and then type exclamation mark way. The first one. God damn it. God damn it. No, I really like Digital Devil Saga's battle theme. Really good battle theme. Fucking unicorn. You talk about the Knuckles meme, Ninja? Ah. Curious. Freeze, you bastard. There we go, goddamn. These unicorns are dicks. Even you stupid hammer bullshit. Yeah, well, that work out for you, genius. Alright, you can go ahead now, Clem.
Tell me why.
Ain't nothing but a heartache.
Tell me why.
Ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why. I never wanna hear you say I want it that way.
I'm sorry. I'll make this quick.
Thanks, Ninja. Your support is what keeps me going. The fuck am I? But Ninja, if you leave, then how will your support keep me going? Where does this go? Meow. I think I want to go on that. It won't let me go back. Nope. Ain't no getting off this train. I haven't been training a partner, I've been training a replacement. Yeah. You never know what movie I'm gonna reference or quote in these streams. You never know. Could be anything. Ooh. Oh, bullets for my gun. Anything. That's a lot more powerful. I should probably be, like, doing something about these bullets. But I would... No, yeah, I remember why I wasn't. I was saving money for mantras. What else did we have that was working? Conversations working. Humans is working. Moment is working. Always working. Ride is working. Soul is working. Storm is working. Stranger is working. Unenlightened is working. Bad is working. Worthy is working. And that seems to be it.
Humans!
I'm disappointed Game Over isn't working, because I thought that was actually pretty creative. Well, don't forget, like, all these go up on YouTube, like, 2 days after. So if you ever want to rewatch a stream or catch a stream you missed, check out the YouTube archive. A lot of games we've done that we may never do again. That monkey is a dick. Yeah, I'm never doing Countdown Vampires again. I think that was for Halloween. That was Halloween. I think I was doing 2 videos a weekend. That because my upload schedule back there was a Let's Play for the Let's Play channel. And my upload schedule was Mondays to Fridays, regular Let's Plays, and then Saturdays were weekend one-ups. But I think for Halloween I was doing 2 per weekend. And Countdown Vampires was one of them. And I'm not doing that again. Wasn't fun. People tell you, like, tank controls are bad, but it's like, nah, tank controls are great. Resident Evil tank controls are great. A game like Countdown Vampires has bad tank controls. I didn't know that the Scorpion was called Stinger. I thought it was just called, like, Giant Scorpion. I only know it's called Stinger because the achievement on Steam says it is. Fucking prick. I hate dealing with Cuckoo Lane. Because a giant bee is dumb, ninja. I will not take that back. You can't make me. I need to buy more revival items, or put Samarikam into my party. I need to remember this is here. Yeah, everybody agrees. Everybody agrees about the bat. Why is the bat the worst one? Because of the little bats. Because you can't see the goddamn thing, and you rely on auto-aim for it, but auto-aim will target the little bats. Hate dealing with this monkey. Where was that save point? Let's go back. We've probably got enough money to get a new mantra. If you freeze him, I'd really appreciate it. Is he just, like, weaker to fire? Hmm. Yeah, it seems like he's weak at fire. Fine, fuck it, we'll just buy the bastard. One of the big points of how bland RE0 is that most of its enemies are just regular animals. Well, bigger. Especially the bosses. Like, with the exception of the Tyrant and the Queen Leech, all of its bosses are just regular animals, but bigger. Everything, yeah. But there's also the thing, like, aside from the Eliminators, none of the enemies even look like they're zombified in any way. Like, the giant scorpion doesn't, the giant centipede doesn't, the giant bat doesn't, the giant frog doesn't. They're just like regular animals, but bigger. What does this get me? Money grinding for these is going to be such a pain. The saddest boy. Isn't Mana Walk weaker than Chakra Walk? No, Mana Walk will be better than Chakra Walk. Oh. Well, when you think about humans as predators, humans are predators largely by virtue of their intelligence. And Eve has no use for individual intelligence. Almost every other animal in the world has something that allows them to hunt. We're able to create weapons, but like we don't have particularly long claws or sharp claws or teeth. We're not particularly strong. We have our intelligence and our stamina, our tenacity. But like even a rat has its claws and its teeth. Make it bigger. Make it bigger, make it more vicious. More violent. Yeah, humans in general are just... We're not all that impressive. There we go, Demons could make bacon. Demons could make bacon out of humans. Yeah, it comes down to the base idea. Eve doesn't need intelligence underneath her. Ah, yeah. She doesn't need intelligence, and she doesn't need things with a particularly huge amount of stamina, which makes humans one of the most worthless things to her. Hmm. That was the wrong button. Still muted. There we go. Like, even a worm, like, you go into the whole thing of insects and, like, lower beings like that. And, like, why aren't things like that a threat to us? Size difference. Remove that as a factor, and bam, worms could be terrifying. Damn it. Would you stop with that bullshit? Honestly, even plants are terrifying. And again, like, one of the main things that keeps them from being a real threat to us is just size difference. Fuck off with that, you prick. Alright. No. This is FMC dungeons for you. Min crit could be useful if I set it up. Is it guaranteed? No, greatly increases. Alright. If it was like Bright Might and Dark Might in Nocturne, then it'd be like, you know, if you throw that on during a boss fight and specifically manipulate solar noise, then abso-goddamn-lutely. But it was just like, oh, greatly increases the chance? Nah. None of that, thank you. I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames went higher. And it burns, burns, burns. The ring of fire. The ring of fire. Do I have, like, null... I probably don't. I don't have, null ailments, do I? No. I've got specific ones, but, like... not null everything. Once you get those nulls, like, they are really good. To the point where they're broken, really. But also, just fuck the enemies for it. Let's go do that last one. Frame pacing feels a little weird, but that might just be me. Finally, goddamn. I actually paid attention when I climbed up the ladder. Would have saved me a lot of trouble. I'm getting the levels in though. Like, God knows if we're gonna take that shot at Demi-Fiend, we're gonna have to be 99. Good work, everybody. I hate this staircase. Gotta get those levels.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
That quote is like one of the main reasons why I actually ended up just sitting down and sorting the sound alerts out again. Or aiming to, and it just fucking didn't work properly. It came up on my YouTube recommended, like, just that. I was like, oh, that's a good one. A good one, let's do that. Alright, so we should be able to go straight up now. So the prince obviously references Sir Sheffield, and the evil prince represents whatever his second name was. Earn them all. And again. Yeah, level up. Level up. Save point and one last floor. Interesting how many more details start to make sense after you've done DDS2. It's great, you challenge the princess to a duel, but like you select the duel, like you select the contest as being like who can teabag the most. And it's great because you'll, like, the prince wins. I think I want to kill her first. With her confusion bullshit. That's rude. That's really rude. Anyway. No.
The unenlightened masses, they cannot make the judgment call. Give up free will forever, their voices won't be heard at all.
Display obedience while never stepping out of line and blindly swear allegiance. Let your country control your mind. Let your country control your soul.
The truly good prince was struck by a fatal blow from the truly evil prince. But before he could complete his plan, the princess collapsed in front of the tragically slain body and sank into deep sadness. Her heart was overcome with despair, and that power called forth great destruction. Thusly, the world fell under a terrible darkness.
Yeah, that's DDS2. But was Sarah ever aware that Surf was evil? And that Heat was all actually the one that was trying to look out for her? Alright, so we move this one. We know how much you love mirror puzzles, so we decided to make a multi-tiered mirror puzzle for you. What does that do for us? Let's just sort that out and get that. Work out these puzzles. I want you. Those are the only two moving platforms. No, there's the third. Right. Where do you go? Right. That creates an issue over there. But first, let's close this up so I can get to that chest. And then we run round to that switch. You know, one thing that's underrated about this right now that I honestly appreciate in every RPG that does it? No battles. Hate having to solve puzzles while dealing with random battles. Actually, like, the key? Destroys the yellow walls, yeah. Huh. I might save all the walls until I've gotten like, all the keys. Because there were yellow walls in this area on the lower floors, but there's also red walls. I would take a look at the map. There's a red wall there, but there's two yellow walls there. Well, I think we'll save those. I don't think I have enough cash for a mantra for Argilla. No, and I still can't sell anything because we're not at a vendor yet. I've been thinking it was too quiet. Okay. Surrender shouldn't be an issue right now because we're not using physical attacks on these guys. And surrender only affects physical. Wish he'd stop with that. Alright. The staircase gives me Ocarina of Time vibes, but the chandelier gives me Mario RPG vibes. Maybe I need to do some grinding. It's possible. I'm kind of flying through this game really quick, so it's entirely possible that our stats aren't as high as they could do with being at this point. We've got the skills, but not the stats, potentially. I hope this guy's weak to something. There we go. Later games make it so much simpler for you by remembering what enemy weaknesses are for you. Alright, so let's do this. It's only been like 2 hours. Yo, what up?
Oh, how nice. You came all this way so that I could devour you. Come on, let's hear you sing. And if you do a good job, I'll bring you along to Nirvana.
Who'd want to go with you?
Oh, you don't like me. Well, if you're not going to cooperate, then... maybe I'll snap your little neck right now.
Get your grubby hands off her! I'll tear you apart, you fat freak!
All right. Come and get a piece of me.
All right.
Here's a little something for last time.
You?
If you want the girl back, then kill your leader.
What?
Maybe we'll reward you and your sweetheart with a trip to Nirvana. Mick doesn't give a damn about her, and neither do I. Once we're there, she's all yours. And listen carefully. Do as I say, and it'll be worth your while.
Yes.
Heat, no! You can't trust that traitor.
I knew this was coming. Now we'll know for sure who's superior.
Heat! Stop!
Don't move, maggots!
There is no alternative. Defeat him, Surf.
Did I do this the first time? Hmm. Did I do this the first time?
Give me a break, will ya? I'll get Sarah back.
Wow, Mick, you're kind of really bad at this.
No, you don't. I don't think so, girlie.
My ears!
Let go of me.
Sarah!
Did I choose the other option the first time?
You witch!
Hey, nice catch. Now just don't drop her.
I really thought you were better than this, Mick. Guess I was wrong, huh?
What?
I'm going to join the brutes. It's been my plan all along.
I knew it!
Don't move, moron, or I'll crush your skull.
Gotcha.
Cielo!
That's fair to say that it's Cielo, because they haven't shown Cielo's demon form before this.
Easy does it. Get out of here.
You know what? I'm curious.
Where are you going?
Because I don't remember that fight with Heat from the first time we did this on stream.
I've come here from nowhere, across the unforgiving sea.
Drifting further and further, it's all becoming clear to me. No, we were fine. I just want to see what the other option is, because I feel like we didn't fight Heat here the first time we did this on stream.
How nice. You came all this way so that I could devour you. Come on, let's hear you sing. And if you do a good job, I'll bring you along to Nirvana.
Who'd want to go with you?
Oh, you don't like me. Well, if you're not going to cooperate, then maybe I'll snap your little neck right now.
Get your grubby hands off her! I'll tear you apart, you fat freak!
All right. Come and get a piece of me.
Yeah. See, that's the thing I was talking about yesterday, the whole issue I was having with Duck Station, where if I'm actually in the Duck Station window, it just stops on stream, it freezes on stream. And it does the same with ECSX2.
Here's a little something for last time.
You?
If you want the girl back, then kill your leader.
Kill your family.
Maybe we'll reward you and your sweetheart with a trip to Nirvana. Mick doesn't give a damn about her, and neither do I. Once we're there, she's all yours. And listen carefully. Do as I say, and it'll be worth your while.
Heat, no!
There's also the thing of, like, this wouldn't be a fair fight with him having already been stabbed.
Now we'll know for sure who's superior.
Heat! Stop!
Don't move, maggots!
There is no alternative. Defeat him, Surf.
So, did I choose the other choice the first time? I guess it doesn't matter. Alright. Oh, okay, so this is different. This might be the way I did it then. I don't know, it's been like 2 years since we did this. There's something I was thinking, something along the lines of, Ninja.
Act like you're losing. I'll get Sarah back.
It's like, okay, so a knife can just stab somebody. Cool, we've all got guns. What if we all just shot Mick? And especially Bat?
No, you don't. I don't think so, girly.
So we could skip that scene. I'm guessing we couldn't skip the first scene because there's a choice.
Get out of here.
Where are you going?
Alright, Mick the Slug.
Surf? What was it he'd said he'd do back there?
Yep. We'll tear you apart, you fat freak.
Yeah, bros. Embroon. Broyon? Embroyon? Embroyon? I don't know. Alright. Nice. Fire. It's not going to be that easy. I'll have to very quickly figure out where this fight goes. Okay, so he's not just immune to everything. He's immune to quite a lot, though. Can we heal Argilla while she's in there? No. Alright. We're not gonna save her. Weak to fire again, big guy. Yep. Alright, fire and force. I want the head gone. Gonna have to consider buffs and debuffs for later fights. I don't like that every time we attack it, it absorbs health. Then it also gets to absorb health during its own turn. What if attacking the body? Oh no, you do just have to do enough damage to it. Alright. I hate enemies that do this. This might end up being a death. First death of this series. Because the buffs and debuffs are starting to pile up and it's not pleasant. And I'm not currently equipped with a way to deal with them. Alright, we're getting there. Red numbers is good. Come on, die. There we go. Can the body do anything else is now the question. Dangerous, but we've got him in red numbers already, so hopefully we can finish him off before his next turn. There we go. Still needs to be prepared for bosses, definitely. That got nasty.
Here you go, brother.
It's good work, Cielo.
Well, it looks like Bat got away.
We will meet him again. He is strong. He would make a better ally than Cielo.
Oh, come on!
Seriously?
I totally saved Sarah back there.
Are you joking? Bat makes me sick.
Yeah, what she said.
What is joking?
As far as I know, it means you aren't serious.
I do not comprehend.
There's also the issue of Bat having betrayed two masters now.
Serve.
Absolutely could not rely on him to actually stay loyal.
I'm sorry. Oh, you're hurt.
Yeah, he don't understand self-control.
Well, at least everyone's all right now. I'm sorry. I came here to help. But I've only created problems. There really isn't anywhere I belong.
Hey, why you say that, Sarah?
You've got a place to stay. Well, I mean, we're, you know.
We're comrades, am I right?
Yeah, that's it.
If you wear those colors, you're an embryo.
Comrades?
That's right.
I do not comprehend.
Oh, hush. That's enough from you.
Hey, say something, Surf.
I can't, I'm a silent protagonist. Cielo's in the party, and I'm probably not going to really use him much because his weakness is ailments. Which also makes him like the hardest person to cover the weaknesses for. Cool. Yeah, but like, Surf's weak to fire, Heat's weak to ice. Argilla's weak to force, Gale's weak to electricity. Those are easy enough to cover, they're one element. Cielo is weak to ailments. And that's all ailments. Alright. Deserted ship. This is probably the quickest way to both a vendor and save point. Okay, so let's sell all the cells we've got. Need to buy more revival items. For the price difference, I don't want to buy revival gems. What walls were in here? A green there. A red there and a yellow there. So yeah, we'll come back here after we've got more of those keys. What can we get? $50,000. And heat doesn't have anything that cheap. What about Cielo? No, Cielo also doesn't have anything that cheap. Having the money for mantra grinding is such a pain. I don't even mind the actual mantra grinding, it's just like having the cash for it. I don't want to grind for the cash to then grind the mantras. Actually a point. Let me set CLO skills. Karma. Rama, Midai Rama. Excellent. Angelo, what the hell's an ocean? Always raining in the junkyard. Is that rain drinkable water?
We have to destroy this ship?
We will spread a rumor that you are hidden here to get the attention of Bat and the brutes.
Spread a rumor somehow.
Needless to say, this is a trap.
They show up expecting to find Sarah, and boom.
That's why I deal with them. Greatly outnumber us.
Hey, come on. Why don't we try somewhere else, huh? Guys?
The structure's material and design make this environment highly combustible.
Awkward thing to be when you're on the water.
Is it really that simple? I mean, they'll know it's a trap when Sarah's not here.
Sarah will be here.
Huh?
We're gonna put Gale in a wig. I appreciate that they made a separate model specifically for
Okay.
this.
This seriously won't work.
Why is that?
Obviously, Sarah isn't this tall, her hair is way different, and her arms ain't that thick. Oh!
Well, excuse me.
The only thing that's really known about Sarah is that she has black
Only
hair.
need to be deceived from a distance.
Boss, the brutes are here!
Already?
Sarah and Heat?
They left for our new headquarters a few minutes ago. I hope they weren't spotted.
They moved faster than I expected. We must hurry. If we do not, they will devour us.
Okay, let's do this then. Let's go!
Remain here and intercept Bat. He is sure to enter through the windows.
Because he's nothing if not
Understood.
predictable.
Let us go. We will set traps for them throughout the ship.
That's a lot of purple.
I can smell that Sarah girl's scent in the air. The woman's there too. There's no mistake. Varen.
Don't ever call me by that name. I am a colonel. Colonel Beck.
I do like that Varen takes none of Bat's bull.
That's right. And I even know who you really are, Angel. Now get me the hell out of here!
Very interesting. If you truly are the Colonel, you would know that is not possible. After all, it was you who requested this world be locked, was it not? You must open the door on your own.
Don't give me that Nirvana crap! How dare you speak to me?
On that day, everything changed. Now, each individual shall be judged by his karma. Even so, I pity those like you.
Interesting that Jenna's face is actually visible here.
Allow me to help you. The bell shall sound, awakening the sleeping one. Seraphita. How long will your eyes remain shut?
Really feels like it is definitely worth going through DDS1 again after doing DDS2.
No matter what it takes. You won't get another chance.
Yes, sir.
Oh, better get moving. Good thing I set Cielo up. Although why they haven't just put Cielo in my party, I don't know. Not particularly a long way down, but we don't want to go down there right now. Yeah, not allowed over there. Tables say no. How are you guys doing? Has anybody picked up Metroid Prime Remastered for Switch yet? But it's really good. That sounds reasonable, Ninja. Them's living the dream. You don't have a... That's fair. I appreciate that Metroid Prime Remastered isn't full price. I'm very surprised. It wouldn't have surprised me if Nintendo would just put it out and like, oh yeah, no, we've put like actually work into remastering this game full price. I think it's $40, £35. The Breath of the Wild should steal it. Well, it's going to be a while before we get to Breath of the Wild on the stream. It is very unlike Nintendo, considering Skyward Sword probably had less work put into it, but was a full price release. Fucking god, Gale, let me explore. I will cut you. Like, Nintendo's pricing, especially in the Switch era, has been really bad. Because cutting requires more deliberate effort. You cut somebody instead of... like, you cut somebody when you've got a gun. They know they've angered you. Yeah, Nintendo's pricing during the Switch generation has been absolutely awful. And like I've said before, I think at least part of the issue is that they stopped doing the Nintendo Selects range. Which was like, it was their Platinum thing, their greatest hits. I think PlayStation still does greatest hits. They used to call it Platinum in Europe. Do I have a Platinum game visible? No, I don't. Well, I used to call it Platinum in Europe, they just call it greatest hits now, like they do in the US. It's like, okay, a game sells a certain amount. I think it was like on GameCube, it was 1 million units. They sell 1 million units, and Nintendo would re-release them as a player's choice thing. It'd have like the silver cover on the box, and it would be priced at £20 brand new. And Nintendo's just stopped doing that with Switch. So a game like Breath of the Wild, which came out 6 years ago now, because it was a Switch launch title, it's still one of the priciest games on the system, and Nintendo never cuts the price by much. Meanwhile, on Wii U, you had the Nintendo Selects range, which is how I picked up Wind Waker HD. I got Wind Waker HD because it was a Nintendo Selects. Brand new for £20. How'd that go, Ninja? That's considered a steal. Yeah, it's about as low as it'll go. It's like the best I've seen on the eShop is like, oh, Breath of the Wild is £60. Some fucking reason. £60, and they'll put it on sale for at most like 33% off. So it'll go down from 60 to like 40. Oh. I appreciate it when the weaknesses carry over between games. But yeah, it's frustrating. I've got a lot on Switch, same as I've got a lot on everything. I don't use it all that much now. Partly because, like, I've got a lot on everything. Though there was a period where I was like, I'd like to have as, like, games that I've got on other systems, I'd like to have them on Switch for the ability to play them portable. But I've got games that I've bought on other systems that I bought on the Switch specifically for the sake of playing them portable. And then I never played them on Switch. Like, I've got, I bought the Assassin's Creed Rebel collection. So I was like, you know, I enjoyed Black Flag. And I'd be down to play Black Flag on a portable system. Part of the issue there is, like, I rarely take my Switch outside my house. It doesn't help, the Switch I think is just, like, too big. I don't think it's good as a handheld. I also don't think it's comfortable as a handheld. So I bought a Switch Lite at my last job. Got it pretty cheap, actually. The, game card cover is broke. So I got it for £20 off plus my discount for staff. So I paid like 80 for it. And if I'm playing Switch off the TV, I play it on that. If it's smaller, it's easier to carry around. It's not as heavy, so it's more comfortable. The Joy-Con, it doesn't have Joy-Cons, like, the controls are actually attached to the system, so it doesn't feel like they'll fall off. Which has always been an issue with the Switch. Like, the Joy-Cons feel loose when they're in the system. Fucking Christ. I hate Mudo. Yeah, I've got like a turquoise Switch Lite. And I do most of my Switch gaming on that, but I don't do much Switch gaming anymore. Like, I've got these retro emulation handhelds. Like, there's my Retroid Pocket 3. It can do PSP at like 3 times resolution, which is really nice. It can do some GameCube, some PS2 stuff, Dreamcast, N64, PS1, everything before that. It's really nice. It's a lot smaller than the Switch Lite. And I still barely use that. Camera's been a pain today. Yeah, it's really nice. But I don't play it as much as I'd like. I think it's kind of crazy, like, just how big handhelds have become. Like, how acceptable larger handhelds have become. That's kind of crazy. I thought the Vita was fairly large when it came out. I was like, the Vita's probably like a little too big. But then the Switch comes out and the Switch is fucking huge. And now you've got the Steam Deck. Oh yeah, the handheld idea is great. I love the idea of the retro emulation handhelds. I've got my Odin Pro over there, which is about the same size as a Switch Lite. And it's capable of doing like more PS2, GameCube stuff. It's fantastic. But like I said, it's about the size of a Switch Lite. Is it, or is it the Switch? I can't remember. It's either the Switch or a Switch Lite. But it's also more comfortable, like, it's contoured on the back to actually hold with grips, which makes it so much more usable than the Switch. Because, like, I've absolutely been into the retro emulation scene for a while on handhelds. Like my RG280V here is like, look at the size of this thing. This thing will do PlayStation. I completed Chrono Trigger on this, which is Super Nintendo, but that's beside the point. And like, look at the size of it. Shoulder buttons on the top. Like, it's super cool. Love the idea. I've been into the retro emulations for a few years now. Retro emulation handhelds. Yeah, I'll often just have it on me. Because of how small it is, how easy it is to just put in a pocket. Like, I could put my Retroid Pocket 3 Plus into my pocket. But, like, it would bulge out, so I usually just put it in a bag. And it's rare that I actually leave the house without my bag. So, but like, I can put the RG280V into a pocket, and it's fine. So I'll often have it with me. Like, the size of handhelds, as it's becoming accepted, like, I think the Switch is too big. I think it's too big as a handheld. I think the Steam Deck is far too big. And, like, don't get me wrong, the entire concept of, like, oh, we can play PC games on the go, that's incredibly cool. There's absolutely a part of me that's like, holy fucking shit, that's so cool. There are handheld PCs that are coming out that are more powerful than the Steam Deck. GPD, who have been doing, like, handheld PCs for years now. And they've been, like, the really high-end handheld emulation stuff for a long time. Like, the GPD Win 2, I remember from years ago, being like a DS kind of looking thing. But it could do, like, GameCube years ago on a handheld system. But it was, like, $800. Like, there's been a bunch of other yeah, I don't need a handheld PC, but the idea of it is fascinating to me. There are various reasons why I don't want one, but, like, the concept is cool. Like I say, with this, like this, you can pick one of these up for like $80. It will play PS1. And it's like, that's fine. Do you need more than that in a handheld? You can get them in different form factors and such. Like, that's a chipset that was very common a few years back. My first retro emulation handheld ran that same chipset. Just in a more comfortable form factor. Let me pull it down here. It's actually just up here on my shelf. Like, this is the RG350P. And, like, really comfortable handheld. Really nice. It'll play PS1. Again, like the same chipset as the 280V. So if you're after a more comfortable form factor like that. Well, it's bigger. When, like, my big value of that, of the 280V, is absolutely the size, pocketability of it. Like, I don't, like, with something like that, I don't think you ever need more. Oh, you can play almost every PlayStation game on a very affordable handheld? Do you need more than that? Of course, I'm talking about amongst us as, like, retro gamers. But, like, the GPD Win 4, I think I linked it in I think I linked a video on it. On the Discord. Absolutely fascinating. It has kind of a PS Vita form factor. It's a handheld PC. The screen will slide up, and it's got a keyboard underneath. It's more powerful than the Steam Deck and has a much nicer form factor. I'm not saying you need handheld gaming Seek, I'm just saying how cool this stuff is. Like, it has a much smaller form factor than the Steam Deck, it's more powerful, it's super cool. It's very thick. It's like that thick. Like, the fact that you can get that much power in... People keep saying PSP, and I'm just like, no, absolutely Vita. But, neither here nor there. Like, the fact you can get that much power in that kind of form factor is amazing to me. I think it's so cool.
We have the advantage. Proceed.
So while that deals with the issue that I have with the Steam Deck, conceptually, I'm not going to pick up a Steam Deck. It's expensive, and I'm barely playing on the handhelds I've got anyway. I'm not going to fork out that kind of money to not play on a handheld like that. And it's a handheld that would never leave the house. And it's like, oh, when I'm in the house, where am I? I'm in front of my computer. Or in bed. But, like, it brings me to, like... It brings me to the point. It's like, okay, the GPD Win 4 has kind of solved the issue of the Steam Deck with its form factor, but it's still got the bigger issue that I have with these, of the battery life. And it's like, cool, you can get Spider-Man remastered running on that thing at 40 FPS at reasonable settings. You like it? Yeah. And like that on a handheld, that's insane. But the game will also, like, the system will have the battery life for that for like an hour and 15 minutes. And it's like, okay, as cool as the idea is, that's not a battery life I consider viable for any kind of handheld. And I understand, like, the power consumption these things take to run, like, these games take to run. It's not something we're going to get around anytime soon. I understand it's a technical and logistical issue that they would probably solve if they could. But it's like the main barrier, I think, at the minute. Another 10 years is probably, like, reasonable. Get up to 46. I remember when the Vita was coming out, and the estimated battery life for it was like 6 hours. Like 4 to 6 hours. And I was like, that's too short. But going forward, like, handheld battery life has only gotten shorter. And it's considered acceptable. Like, the Switch has a shorter battery life than... like, pretty shorter than the Vita. And this problem is, like, the tech goes on and the power consumption required to play these games becomes higher. I understand exactly why it's a thing. I just don't think it's... I don't think it makes them any more feasible. Yeah. See, going back to your point though, Teak, of like the split Joy-Cons basically allowing you to have your hands anywhere. It's an interesting concept and one that I suppose I could get on board with given time. I don't think it's necessary. Like, controller is fine, has been fine for forever. Like, it's an interesting concept, one that I could get on board with in time, if the Joy-Cons weren't just shit. Seriously. Yeah, this whole handheld thing has been absolutely fascinating to watch. I think they're awful controllers. Like, when I first got my Switch, I used the Joy-Cons on, like, the grip, because I didn't get a controller. And it was awful. I don't have particularly large hands. And I thought it was too cramped on the grip. But even beyond that, like, just... Like, I remember playing Mario Kart with them, and like, I couldn't get through a full Grand Prix before my thumb started hurting from holding down the button. Because they're just awful. I think the Joy-Cons are like one of the biggest problems with the Switch. Taking into account like the issue of drift, the fact they're uncomfortable controllers, the fact that the Switch is a flat device specifically to accommodate the Joy-Cons, that the buttons are in weird positions to accommodate them being able to split and use as individual controllers. Like, so many compromises are made in the Switch's design for the sake of the Joy-Cons, and I don't think they're worth it. I think they're awful. One of the worst controllers I've ever used. I've played Dreamcast. People say Dreamcast controllers bad. It's like, I'd rather play that than the fucking Joy-Cons. I don't know where I'm going. Alright. Send me on your thought process with that, Teak. Damn it. See, I disagree with that because a lot of those problems I have are not present on the Switch Lite. Which is all portable. Oh, we're at that point, are we? Almighty skills now. Honestly, I would really prefer the Switch as it's in its concept if the Switch was the Switch Lite. Like, if it was the size of the Switch Lite, I'd find it more bearable. Like, the controls, just the Switch Lite, which feel like they just feel better. The weight of the Switch Lite and the Switch is too heavy for handheld. So that's to weigh on your hands like a lot quicker than it should. God damn it. They should have packaged it with a Pro Controller. At the start, they should also have packaged it with a fucking game. I bought my Switch brand new and I had to buy a game separately. What the fuck, Nintendo? Bundles with games didn't come until later. Which is really weird. When I think like every other Nintendo system came bundled with a game. So you'd actually have something to play. Nintendo did. I'm trying to think like if the GameCube actually was bundled with anything at launch. They'll all bundle games with systems, but it's whether or not they'll do it at launch, Ninja. Wasn't the Wii bundled with Wii Sports? Like at launch. I don't even remember what launched with the Wii U. And now you brought it up, like, did they launch the GameCube with anything bundled? It's like now you can buy the Switch with a game. Like you can get the Mario Kart bundle, you can get like the Animal Crossing bundles, the Splatoon bundles. They probably put a new one of those out for Splatoon 3. It might be different in Europe. I know Europe got a considerable amount more, like a considerably higher number of games at launch for GameCube because we got it later. Didn't it? That doesn't sound right. I don't like this. I don't like this idea that Nintendo hasn't been bundling shit with their systems. swear to fucking God with Mudo. I don't like that. Like, God damn it. That's insane. Like, especially because launch is the time when they really want people in. And you think that'd be why games like Wii Sports and 1-2 Switch exist. No, Mario World was the packing game. That's why it's like that's why it's the best-selling Super Nintendo game. Because it came with the system. Yeah, Mario World was the packing game. Had to have been. That's the reason it was like the best-selling Super Nintendo game. I want these enemies to fuck off. Seriously though, like, especially in the case of the Switch, that's why games like 1-2 Switch exist. Like shitty little minigame collections, like Wii Sports, Nintendo Land, 1-2 Switch, that's exactly the kind of reason those things exist. So you can be like, oh, here's a game to have with the system that's also just not worth anything. I can't believe Nintendo's just like... I believe everybody's been not doing that. Insane. Doesn't make me happy. It also brings up like the point more than ever of like, do not buy a console at launch. There's no good reason to. You're gonna pay more than you will at any other point for the buggiest version, physical and digital. Well, even going back to like the PS4 and the PS3 and the PS2, it's like, you remember how the PS2 sold out really fast everywhere and demand was super high? But then, like, a lot of those launch units had to be returned because of high demand. They'd been cheaping out on the actual quality of the hardware. That doesn't sound right. What about the Pikachu Nintendo 64? Didn't that come with a Pokemon game? That's insane. I thought it was bundled with like Hey You Pikachu. Which, like, worthless game, but it's something. Those Pikachu N64s are ugly. I didn't put Chakra Walk on Cielo. God damn it. I set him up with Mutual Karma and then, like, forgot he was going to just be in the party here. It was optional. Yeah, like, you go back even to the PS2 days, like, we think of it a lot of the time as beginning with the Xbox 360, of, like, the really high failure rate for the originals. Right, but there was a bundle. Alright. I would think of, like, the Xbox 360s being, like, the start of the high failure rate of launch units. But that really, I feel like that really started with the PS2. Which is absolutely like, hey, you're gonna get one of these consoles? Wait for a revision unit. Give it a year or two. Oh, there he is.
Too bad Sarah isn't here, sucker. Flying can't save your ass in here. There's no escaping this time.
Didn't even wait for him to come in the room before she took off the disguise.
He'd do the same thing. Oh, but you'll never see him again. Not after I devour you. Janana was delicious.
No, you bastard!
I like how Jilla has handled this entire thing terribly. I don't know what this sheep is weak to. Earth, maybe? Yeah, it's kind of a pain having to remember, like, what everything is weak to. I mentioned it earlier, like, the later games in the series that just remember it for you. You don't have to figure it out once. Wii Sports did get bundled. Was the PS5 bundled with Astro's Playroom at launch? Or was that a PS4 game and I'm just getting confused? It was a free download. PS5 wasn't even bundled with a PS5. I suppose these days, with how many games are just free to download, like, it doesn't even matter to publishers or console manufacturers. It's like, hey, we could bundle a game with the system, or we could just say, hey, Fortnite exists. I suppose the PS5 and the Xbox Series also have the thing that didn't require VR. That's also nice. I suppose the PS5 and the Xbox Series also had the advantage of being able to play the previous generation stuff on there, which is like the only thing they had going for them. Oh, you would love it. Okay. I thought you said you love that they didn't. I misread that. That's my bad. It's frustrating as well that, like, everybody just dropped backwards compatibility at various points. Yeah. It's frustrating that they just dropped backwards compatibility for a long time, and it's ironic that backwards compatibility is like the only thing that can sell these systems at the minute. That Nintendo's ever done. Oh, Nintendo had the whole thing of like, if you own Virtual Console games on the Wii with the same Wii account that was on your Wii U, then you could buy them for the Wii U if they were available on Wii U for a reduced price. Thanks, Nintendo. Bear in mind, like, that's only if they were available on Wii U as well, which a lot of them weren't. The Wii U ended its lifespan with, like, maybe half the games the Wii did on Virtual Console. There's a point that I saw made recently that, like, Switch Online, with the inclusion of Game Boy, Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance, now finally has more games, I think, than the... It has more games than the Wii U did on the Virtual Console. It might be around the same as, like, the Wii did. But I think the number isn't the justifying factor. I think a lot of it has to do with the quality. Even taking aside the fact that you should just be able to buy these games. It's like, hey, what about all those games that were absolutely worth owning on those systems that aren't on the service? You know, like Final Fantasies. Or Castlevanias. I'm honestly glad the Castlevania games aren't on that service. Because being able to buy them is so much more appealing. Yeah, I'll just buy the Anniversary Collection and own the games. And taking aside the issue of like, oh, specific games just aren't available on the service, a lot of the games that are available on the service are shit. Like, oh, look at all those games from Jalico that are available on there. Cool. Most of those are garbage. You say that now, and like now, no, they absolutely wouldn't. If they had launched the Switch with a virtual console, I think there's a good chance that everybody would have still been like, yeah, okay, virtual console, and would have put their games on there. Again, now. But like, the Switch was out for a good few years before these collections and remasters and whatever started happening. I think it's like, I pulled it up as a reason at the time for why Final Fantasy VII on PS4 costs more than it does on PS3. It's like, because of the PC port, and why did Square port Final Fantasy VII to PS4? Because Sony didn't put PlayStation 1 classics on there. And so Square was like, okay, if they're not going to do it, we're going to do it because we know it will sell. But because we have to put a little more effort into it, we're going to have to demand a little more money. And that's exactly what it is. Like, these collections and re-releases and such only started to happen after everybody else just stopped saying, yeah, let's do backwards compatibility. And in the end, in the face of this service, this subscription service that we have to put up with now, I'm absolutely on board with Konami and Square releasing their own collections and versions. Because, like, hey, great, I can buy them to own them instead of paying a fee to have access to them for a short time. Like, Secret of Mana was on the Wii Virtual Console. I don't think it was on the Wii U Virtual Console for some goddamn reason. I need to pay more attention to these battles. But it's like, hey, with the Switch, Square could have put it on Nintendo Switch Online. I'm glad they didn't, because now I get to buy the collection and just own them. And also, because of that, because Square's like, okay, we can't justify putting this out if it's just Secret of Mana. They also put other stuff with it, stuff that I would like. Final Fantasy Adventure and Trials of Mana. And they become a much better prospect, because they're individual games that I would like, as opposed to the subscription service, or like maybe what, 10, 15 games that I would like, and 100 games that I don't. You say that, and that's always been a concern. But recently, with GoldenEye happening, I think GoldenEye is kind of a Duke Nukem Forever moment for this kind of thing. It's like GoldenEye's rights were tied up between, like, what, 4 companies? Nintendo had a hand in it, and Microsoft had a hand in it. And then there was there was like 3 companies. The James Bond's right holders. Which, at the minute, I don't think anybody just owns the blanket rights to James Bond video games. At the time when the Xbox 360 version was being made, that would have been EA. Would it? No, it would have been Activision. Yeah. So, like, I think while IO Interactive is making a James Bond game, I don't think they have exclusive rights to James Bond games. So it would be with the original rights holders, MGM, like you say. It's like, between those 3, and like they've managed to work out an actual way to get this released, I think it's like a Duke Nukem Forever kind of thing for re-releases. Before Duke Nukem Forever, it was like, this game's been in development forever, it's never coming out, and then it did, and regardless of its actual quality, it came out, and it changed kind of everything. I don't think that would actually work, specifically because Domino's Pizza's, like, retired the Noid character because of that whole murder thing. That guy who had... Did you ever hear about that? The guy who had schizophrenia and thought that the Noid character was mocking, like, a mockery of him? And he held a Domino's Pizza hostage before, like, killing himself? It's worth looking up because that's the exact reason why the Noid disappeared as a mascot. His name was something like Dennis Noid. And he had mental problems and thought that the Noid character was specifically mocking him. It was a parody and mockery of him. He held a Domino's Pizza hostage, and I think he ended up killing himself in a standoff with police. Which is why you haven't seen the Noid for decades. Ken Noid, yeah. It's just a horrible set of circumstances that nobody could have ever predicted. rejected by the company and their advertisers. Yeah, sure it is. What an omelette now. Yeah, that specific instance, I don't think they'd ever bring the Noid back. But, like, bringing up Capcom specifically does raise the point of, like, they somehow got Disney to agree to, like, DuckTales Remastered, which was crazy. And then, like, the re-release, the Disney Afternoon Collection, and then the, what was it, the Lion King Collection? Of course, because we live in the era where, like, oh, did something happen? Who cares? What was that? There was a shooting? There's shootings every day. I should go down that corridor. DuckTales Remastered is insane. Like, the fact they didn't just, like, remake the game, that they got the original cast back. Like, that's insane. It's so cool. Yeah, I feel like at this point, the whole Noid thing, it'll be a case of, like, almost nobody is going to remember that this whole thing happened. I don't believe so. I think I saw it on sale on Steam recently and I chose not to buy it. Let me check. Oh, I have it on Steam, and it's there on sale for £12. You can just buy it. Who wants this game? Ryan wants this game. Yeah. Delisted for 7 months. Delisting is such a frustrating thing. So many games that have just lost because of that shit. Like modern games. It's like, hey, we've re-released Marvel Ultimate Alliance and Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2 on modern systems. With all the DLC for them included. Cool. Oh, now they're gone. Oh. Did they get a physical release? No. No, they didn't. Fortunately, I do own those on Steam. Tell you what I don't own on Steam. Transformers Devastation, which is supposed to be really good. Tell you what, mate. You get to 100,000 points and you redeem pick a game, I'll throw those 2 games in as a bundle. Transformers Devastation is supposed to be really good. I think it was a Platinum game. And it had, like, the animated series aesthetics, which means you could differentiate the Transformers apart. Yes, but I haven't played them here. It's supposed to be really good, and like I played a little bit of it because it was on PlayStation Plus on PS4. 20,000 points to go. Let me check real quick, because I'm sure Devastation is not available on anything anymore. No, the only Transformers game on Steam is Transformers Battlegrounds, which doesn't look fun. I had it on PlayStation Plus on PS4, and my PS Plus is expired now. If I renewed it, I'd be able to play it again. But I don't know if I'd be able to buy it because it's gone. It's like the thing of I tried previously because I downloaded the demo for the Simpsons arcade game when it was out on PS3. You remember that? That was a thing that was out on PS3 for a bit. And when I was going through my PS3 library, re-downloading stuff a little while back, it was like, oh, there's a demo for that. Well, that's the full game. And the only thing that keeps you from playing the full game is that it has you need the unlock key. It's like, can I buy that? Would there be an option to just buy that in-game? There is. It'll take you to the PlayStation Store, and it will just tell you the page doesn't exist anymore. The frustrating thing with like the whole licenses, and it's exactly why emulation needs to exist. Just to be able to access some of these. Like, it's not as much of a thing now, because, like, you see licensed games less now than you used to. Like, I'm sure all of us could pick out, like, 10 licensed games we grew up with that we love, that were genuinely great. I'm really fortunate I bought Marvel vs. Capcom 2 when I did on PS3, because that's gone. Can't buy that anymore. It's a shame because it's a really good version. I didn't buy the Marvel vs. Capcom Origins collection, which is a shame. Because what was that? That was Marvel Superheroes and Marvel vs. Capcom. Though if that came out again today, I feel like Capcom would put more games in it. But that's based off, like, that thought is based off the Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection and the Capcom Fighting Collection, which is like every Darkstalkers game and Red Earth, and I think like another game. And the Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection is every version of every Street Fighter game before Street Fighter 4, with the exception of Street Fighter EX. So it's like Street Fighter 1, all 5 versions of Street Fighter 2, all 3 alpha games, and all 3 versions of Street Fighter 3. And it's like, if you run a Street Fighter, that's a good deal. And I feel like if Capcom were going to re-release like a Marvel vs. Capcom collection now, they'd probably like MVC, like X-Men Children of the Atom, X-Men vs. Street Fighter, Marvel Superheroes, Marvel vs. Capcom. I think there's like an interesting point of like if you've got an emulation collection, it would be nice. I imagine like Marvel is the main thing keeping that from happening, especially after Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. Although it's surprising that Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 is still available for purchase. You can still buy that. Like, anybody who's got an emulation collection is like, oh, do you do NES emulation? Yeah, then you've probably just got the entire library because they take up no space. SNES, same thing. Game Boy Advance, probably a similar thing. Mega Drive, yada yada, because they take up so little space. When you get to like the PS1 and especially like PS2 and beyond, you have to start picking and choosing what you've got on your system at any one time, because of the space they take up. And it's like, you look at the list of games you've got for your emulators. Huh? I've never managed to get MAME to work, but it's been a while since I've actually given it a proper go. Oh, thank you so much for the raid, Zara Zabuza. Welcome on in, everybody. Everybody put your fancy suits on, we have raiders. Zara Zabuza, BangyNet, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, Clem, for shouting them out. SMT 4. Ooh, very nice. Oh, I know about Launchbox. We'll talk about that in a minute. Welcome on in. I am mecha-chrono, primarily an RPG streamer, currently playing through Shin Megami Tensei Digital Devil Saga on New Game Plus. This was Point Redemption. I primarily play RPGs. We're also working on doing non-RPGs.
A miserable little pile of secrets!
I never know how to sell myself to people who have just raided. It's a really good game. Like, we're talking about re-releases at the minute, and re-releases we'd like to happen. And the Digital Devil Saga duology is always one of them. Absolutely fantastic series of games. Peak SMT. SMT 4, though, have you done that before? Is it your first playthrough? Are you aiming for a specific route? This way. I have one more location. Yeah, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. Good playthrough. I hope you're enjoying it. SMT4 is really good. Starts off really hard. Only using cute demons. SMT4 introduces Papaya, like a little fairy demon with a balloon attached to its back. Very interesting. Thank you, Clint. Thank you for selling me when I could not. Currently, we're playing through Shin Megami Tensei Digital Devil Saga. We're going to be starting Hades very soon. I haven't played that before. We're playing through Resident Evil 0, and I feel like we have another game going on. Pure Physical and Seems Magic. That's very interesting. With the Demon Whisper system in SMT4, I went for kind of a jack-of-all-trades thing. Metal Gear Solid, that's right, I'm playing Metal Gear Solid with Clem. So if you've never done SMT4, the routes... Neutral's what I always aim for, but, like, lawful is probably what the thing you'll end up with. But yeah, thank you so much for raiding Zara Zabuza. I was getting those syllables confused. Thank you so much for raiding us. You have yourself a good night. You take care of yourself. I don't know where I'm going. Where does this elevator take me? Thank you so much for the follow, Banging It. Oh, let's go with 4. I need to take a look at the map again. Posture checker. Just the little caution thing that's on the back there. Very nice. Straight back. Straight back. There's nothing on this floor. We already did that. Did we miss anything on there? Yes. I wanted to get back there. 3rd floor. I've been wanting to replay SMT4 for a while. I know Chance wanted to do it alongside me on stream because Chance has never done it before. It's like we're definitely waiting for Chance to be available again before we do that game. Game Flame seems to be absent at the minute because he's also good for talking about SMT. No, I'm getting confused. You guys are Zanma. So yeah, this New Game Plus run, we've done this before on stream. We're doing it again. The aim of this playthrough is to check out the Demi-Fiend bonus boss fight, which is only available on New Game Plus. And even at this point, we're like almost 20 years after the release of Digital Devil Saga, and the Demi-Fiend super boss is still considered to be one of the hardest JRPG super bosses ever. Which is why I specifically say we're going to be checking it out, not that we're going to be beating it. Oh, this is the door I was after. I got confused and thought it was on a different floor. Okay, so that was worth going back for. That's going to be a good amount of money for our mantras. Why didn't I go in there? Yeah, thanks for the selling me, Clem. I appreciate that. It's one of those things, like, when you're in a job interview and they're like, how would you describe yourself? And it's like, in need of a job? How would you describe yourself? As a streamer? What do you stream? Video games? Yeah, I'm a streamer of things. That's exactly what I am, actually. Streamer of things I like and Resident Evil 0. I could probably chew gum. I don't think it'd be picked up by the mic. Well, there's always the possibility that it would, and it'd just be like, yeah. Like, that wouldn't be pleasant for the mic. Yeah, what was I about? Like, licensed video game releases. Yeah, your Ultimate MVC 3 is still available on modern systems. And it's surprising because, like, all of the other Marvel games that were published by other companies are not. Like, you can't get Deadpool anymore. So that game's jumped up in price. Like I said, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 1 and 2 are gone. Yeah, it's frustrating because, like, those games in particular are best played co-op. And it's like, okay, cool. Who can you play them co-op with? It has to be people who bought them at the time. What is it, Deadpool? I might stream it at some point. Maybe. I don't know, if I was still doing Superhero Saturdays, it'd be a yes. I miss Superhero Saturdays, but I don't have the Saturdays as a guaranteed free thing anymore. Once we're done with Metal Gear Solid with Clem, I might see about convincing Ninja to do the Devil May Cry series playthrough on Sundays, if he's free. And if he's not free, or when we've done it, like, maybe I'll make Sundays a superhero thing for a while. Superhero Sundays. It still works. I was looking at dates for, like, Superhero Marathon. You're gonna, like, wait for a while for that, so that's your thing. My Spider-Man interest in video games begins with the 3D era. I've played Spider-Man games pre-3D. Like, I've played all of the Super Nintendo ones. So, I've played Maximum Carnage, Separation Anxiety, the animated series. I've played the Japanese only one, Amazing Spider-Man Lethal Foes, which is not a good game. And, like, none of them are particularly good. I made a solid effort to try and get through Maximum Carnage at one point. Which was very impressive for me because I do not like beat-em-ups. Especially not single-player beat-em-ups, I find them really boring. I think I got to, like, the demo goblin fight. And then, like, that was it. I couldn't get any further. I ran out of lives. Yeah, PS1 Spider-Man was, like, the first Spider-Man game I owned. And I think it is probably, like, the first really good Spider-Man game. There are 2D Spider-Man games that came out after that that were good, that I've enjoyed. The game based on the first movie on Game Boy Advance, I think, is pretty good. I've said before, like, Spider-Man 3 on Nintendo DS is actually really good. The one I'm usually talking about when I talk about, like, handheld Spider-Man games, Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions on the DS, is actually a really solid Metroidvania game, and it's 2D. Like, there are good 2D Spider-Man games, I just don't think any of them came out before the PS1 days. Yeah, I was looking at the release date of Action Comics #1. Because you know me, when I do these marathons tied to themes, I like them to be in months of significance. Which is why Star Wars month happens in May, because the first 6 Star Wars movies were released in May. May just ended up being kind of a month that worked for everything, like Star Wars month in May, then Anime, because of the pun, like, you just say Anime. And then there was Metroidvania, which kind of worked, but then I think Mecha-Troidvania worked better, so we can just put that wherever. Issue #1 of Action Comics Action Comics was released in April, but it's dated June. It's like we could do it in April or June. And it's like, oh yeah, Action Comics #1, the beginning of the modern superhero. Superman, first appearance of Superman. Not actually the first superhero comic, because the Shadow predates that. No, not the Shadow, the Phantom. The Phantom predates that. First comic book, the Phantom. I think it was like 1936. Whereas Action Comics is 37, I think. Like, those work. I had thought of, like, a month of Disney games, which could have been interesting, could have got really weird with that. And my thoughts for that were, like, the month Snow White came out, or the month Steamboat Willie came out. Because, like, Steamboat Willie is the first appearance of Mickey Mouse, and Snow White is, like, the first feature-length animated feature. Yeah, it's a pulp hero, but he's also technically a superhero. I would class Superman as, like, the first modern superhero. But I absolutely get what you're getting at. But it's, yeah, I'd still go with, like, the anniversary of Action Comics #1. Also, because if I did it based off the anniversary of, like, anything to do with the Phantom, then I know Uteek would not shut up about the Billy Zane movie. And I don't want to talk about the Billy Zane movie. I will talk about the, I will talk very briefly about the Alec Baldwin The Shadow movie, but only very briefly. It had Ian McKellen in it. No, we couldn't. I saw that movie in cinema, and like the only reason I saw it in cinema was because me and a friend, while we were both in like our first year of college, we were in separate colleges, so specifically to stay in touch with each other, we did a thing of like every Friday we would go to the cinema, we'd go and see a movie. And we did that like every week, and very quickly we ran out of movies that we hadn't seen, which is why we chose to watch The Spirit one week. And it's the only reason I ever saw The Spirit. I haven't seen it since. I will say though, I enjoyed it more than Sin City: A Dame to Kill For. And I remember thinking that Scarlett Johansson was really hot in The Spirit. In a way that I've never thought Scarlett Johansson was hot again. And it's not that, oh, Scarlett Johansson isn't hot. I just think she was never as hot in any of the movies after that as she was in The Spirit. It's also, like, probably the least offensive thing Frank Miller has done since, like, 2000. You see, Eva Green, yeah, I can understand that, but also there's so much of that movie that Eva Green is not in. Because it's like the adaptation of separate stories. There's a lot of that movie that Eva Green is not in. I remember them being awful. Especially that whole... Because it's like, I think, 3 stories that were like from the comics, and 1 story that's original, where Bruce Willis's ghost follows Jessica Alba around and talks about how he wished she was doing things differently. And it's like, cool, this is not good. It's not a movie I would ever rewatch unless it was for the sake of our podcast. But I feel like if we actually did do the podcast idea, we'd both end up rewatching a lot of stuff that we probably wouldn't want to. Like The Phantom starring Billy Zane. Ah. I don't consider that a hot take. God damn it. I feel like you do too much with your free time, Teak. You should probably, like, do less with your free time. No, I'm not going to disagree with Teak on that. Rise of an Empire is a far better move than it has any right to be. But also, people need to remember that 300 isn't a great movie. Madness. This is... That'll be a lesson to you. Hey, thank you so much for the follow, St. Lucia. Welcome to the stream. Refuge in absurdity. I love having the stream deck. It makes doing the fake out endings so much easier. I think Lois still has the stake in Persona 3. Yeah, my Blu-ray quality files of the original Star Wars trilogy are like 15 gig plus per movie, and they shouldn't be. Get him. Good times. 88 and poison. I feel like there's a bunch of interesting ideas for human form in this game, and none of them are ever really viable. Oh, cool. How do the early episodes of Batman the Animated Series look? On Blu-ray. I imagine everything post-Superman the Animated Series cleans up really well. Because a lot of it is, like, straight lines and stuff. But I imagine, like, the old, like, more detailed animated series episodes, like Batman animated series episodes, are trickier to do. All the dust and lint on the frames, excellent. That's exactly what I want. I don't want them to, like, overly clean it so it all just smudges. When Chance comes back, when we get Chance back. Because Chance is also really interested in it. And Chance hasn't done Strange Journey before. I could make an argument about Zelenin being, like, best girl in that game, but, like, she really isn't. I think she's decent up until, like, the Warpath lock, alignment lock. Oh gee, I haven't finished Redux. Yeah, I think Zelenin's, like, decent up until the Warpath alignment lock.
Okay, you asked for it.
That was my first experience of, like, a proper SMT Warpath. And, like, it was unsettling. Because the only SMT game I played before that was, Devil Survivor. And Devil Survivor's lore path is a lot more hopeful. And a lot less standard SMT lore path of, let's just remove free will and brainwash everybody to worship God. Either brainwash or force, but specifically, like, the loss of free will is usually a factor. Pretty much. It always feels like you agree with law. Like, the humans that side with law, it always feels like you agree with them. Until a very specific moment where they'll just be like, okay, that's too much. Every single one of them. Law Hero and SMT1's a really good example of that. Neutral rules because it's not a case of extremes. That's the problem with Chaos and Law. They both have their own points, but they're too extreme. Between the two of them, I'd rather go with Chaos, honestly. But, like, Chaos has its own major issues. Nocturne's a weird one. Because the way that scenario works entirely, it doesn't, like, fall into law neutral chaos. I think with, like, the exception of Chiaki's route. Like, Chiaki, Yasuba, the reason of Yasuba is absolutely just chaos. Which is weird, because you think the demon ending would be chaos, and it's not. True demon is absolutely not. True demon, like, we mentioned this during Nocturne when we were doing it. True demon is, like, the only real choice. Because of the way everything in Nocturne is set up, whichever ending you choose that has you go through Kagutsuchi still plays into law. Even Freedom still plays into law. Because it goes through Kagutsuchi. And Kagutsuchi is the creator's way of maintaining control over the universe by rebirthing it through his own means. The only true choices are to go with it, demon ending or true demon ending. And demon ending doesn't really have any hope. True demon ending isn't a good ending either. Even without the whole concept of Lucifer, like, demon ending is devoid of hope. Ah, shit. Death, maybe? Well, I can't guarantee. Yeah, the game is stacked against you in Nocturne. You're playing a game set up by somebody else where they control all the pieces. If you choose to go through any of the world recreation methods through Kagutsuchi, you play into their hands. It doesn't matter which one it is, it plays into their hands. Because it doesn't matter which... It doesn't matter how the universe is recreated. Because the point all along was that the universe is destroyed and recreated through Kagutsuchi. So whichever reason you go with doesn't matter. It's temporary, and eventually we'll end up back at the same cycle. True demon ending, like, demon ending is refusing to play the game. But in the demon ending, you don't have the power to do anything beyond that. True demon ending is having the power to sweep the pieces off the board. But like I say, it's not a good ending. In the end, you doom everything for a vague hope that you might be able to do something better. And then the game ends. Like, Nocturne doesn't have a good ending. Well, best showcase of how extreme everybody gets in their attempts to uphold their alignment. Because there's a specific point for both the Law Hero and the Chaos Hero where, like, previously, Chaos Hero isn't a pleasant guy and is always trying to do what he wants anyway. So that's less of a surprise. When he, like, full out becomes Chaos Hero and starts doing his own thing. Even if it goes against you. Law Hero is probably more of a surprise with it. And becomes far more extreme in his views because of it. Because up until that point, he's pretty reasonable. And then he stopped being reasonable. I wish they'd stop missing this guy. You guys have magic? Yeah, I think later games probably do better in establishing both Law and Chaos Heroes as characters before they jump off the deep end. I have some issues with how SMT4 does it, but I'm not gonna state what they are, because they would be spoilers. Jimenez does basically go that way too, although him fusing himself with a demon, again, it feels more reasonable than in SMT1. He makes a choice based on his emotions, which is something the Law side faction would look down against, but it's a very human choice. And it sets him up to the point where, like, exactly where he's going to go. Because after that choice, he doesn't fit in. Jimenez is kind of an interesting example. Because Jimenez, from the first meeting, is like, okay, this is obviously Chaos Hero. But then he kind of mellows out for a significant portion of the game. Like, before the mission, when everybody's super nervous about what's actually going to happen. And, like, at the start of the mission, like, early on, when everything has gone wrong and surviving is just a struggle. Like, he's very Chaos Hero. Then, like, once things become a lot more routine, and everybody gets used to all of it, like, he mellows out and, like, you start to actually really get to know him better as a person. And, like, he's definitely a character you can like at that point. Whereas I think Chaos Hero in SMT 1 is somebody you'll probably never like. I'm being vague about a lot of this for a very, like, specifically so we don't avoid spoilers. So we avoid spoilers. Yes. There we go. Yeah, yeah, they represent them really well, and the stress of the situation, I think, is used really well to establish why these characters end up falling into respective alignments. Because it's a very high-stress situation, which the same is true of SMT1. I'm not going to, like, specifically state the specifics of the situation, because that's past the point we got to. But, like, the situation of SMT1 as the game goes further is a very high-stress situation, but the characters don't... Like, the War Hero and the Chaos Hero, and even the heroine to some extent, like, really don't feel like they change as characters. Up until, like, when I say, like, the War Hero is suddenly, like, not actually a good dude. When he starts being, like, just War character. I think SMT1's absolutely fascinating for its simplicity. People say SMT1 is hard to go back to, and, like, they're not wrong, but I think it's also something worth going back to in the same way that, like, Dragon Quest 1 or Final Fantasy 1 is worth going back to. Not necessarily in the original form. And, like, especially now that we have the option of playing a various remake of it, with, like, the PS1 or the GBA versions. Like, playing one of the later remakes or re-releases of them. Well, I wouldn't recommend you play NES Final Fantasy 1. I wouldn't recommend you play NES Dragon Warrior. I would say, like, absolutely go with one of the remakes of them. And the same is true as FNC, but there's a simplicity to it, and a focus in its design that I find really appealing. SNC is difficult to get into. I had a hard time getting into this game the first time I did it. It's why I say, like, I don't think this is necessarily such a good place to start playing SMT. I had a hard time getting into this when I first played it, because, like, a lot of it is the dungeon crawling for so much of the game. The plot takes a major backseat. And it might just be my own experience, but, like, a big thing that got me into SMT was its plot. It's why I say... It's why I was able to get into Devil Survivor, despite not being super big into turn-based strategy. Turn-based tactical RPGs. Because the story really gripped me and I wanted to keep going. I was always interested in it. It's why I wasn't into dungeon crawlers before Strange Journey, but Strange Journey's opening and its commitment to selling that scenario in its opening really, like, got me. It's what interested me, it's what made me want to keep playing after I discovered, oh, it's a first-person dungeon crawler. I don't like those. and then I grew to like them. It's why I recommend Strange Journey as a starting point. I think like the story of it is the selling point. It's what kept me going long enough to actually start to like the gameplay. We discussed it when we were doing SMT1 of like Plum and Teak talking, and it's like it doesn't look like the kind of game they'd be into, and it's like I absolutely understand. First-person dungeon crawling is a hard sell to begin with. It always was. Yeah. I'm surprised you never played, like, Phantasy Star Teak. But it's like with this game, like, Chance loves to recommend this game because it's his favourite. And I understand that. And I think it's excellent. I think it's absolutely fantastic. But I would recommend Nocturne as a starting point over this. Really, that's fascinating. Very surprised at that, Teak. It's like, weren't you a Genesis kid? I'm surprised you didn't have a Phantasy Star growing up. Although, I suppose given the price of those cartridges. Yeah, like, Nocturne is pretty light on story, but I feel like Nocturne does enough to set you up with it, and then feeds you enough crumbs to keep you going with it. Whereas this game, it starts with an interesting premise of everybody in this area, in this war, has been turned into demons, and they're trying to figure out why. Like, why are they demons? Why have they been turned into demons? Why do they have to eat other people to survive? But once you deal with Harley, that plot takes a backseat to continuing the Junkyard War. And I think that's a hard sell. Like, the Vanguard's base isn't a particularly complicated dungeon. But going from that to the Maribel's base is much bigger. It's not particularly complicated in itself, but it's much bigger. So you've really got to be into the dungeon crawling at that point.
We have the advantage.
Or just, like, willing to just play the dungeon crawling. And the story that you get over it, it's not much. It's just like, okay, let's go to the Maribels to convince them to form an alliance to take out another tribe. And then that is, like, the next 15 hours dealing with that. Going through the Maribel base to talk to them, then going through the Solids base to deal with them, which is bigger and more complicated with its pitfall traps that you will have to get, like, fall down. And then going through the Maribel base again. And throughout all of this, like, there's not really been a whole lot of story that's happened. There's not a lot of story that's happened, there's not much going on. Oh, that one. So I think, like, you've really got to be into it. And by the time it gets to this point where you might be a little more invested, it's a lot of dungeon crawling that you'll have to have gone through to get to this point. And, like, I do think the story by this point is a little more gripping. But you have to have gone through so much to get here. So I do really think, like, this is if you try to convince somebody to play this series who isn't into dungeon crawlers, this is not the game you should recommend them. Because, like, yeah, the dungeon crawling is fantastic, but the dungeon crawling is so much of the game. The battle system is fantastic, but, like, so much of this game is walking 2 steps, getting into another battle. Whereas with Strange Journey, like, it holds you more with its story, with its character interaction. Even with Nocturne, there's more character interaction as you meet characters, you talk to demons and such. This game doesn't really have that. So you have to really be into the dungeon crawling to enjoy this game. And like I say, if you try to sell it to somebody who doesn't enjoy the dungeon crawling or has never really gotten into one before, I don't think it's going to work that well. And it's why I say Strange Journey should be someone's first, or more practically Nocturne would work better. There was a period where I was like, SMT4 would probably work as somebody's first. But I'd completely forgotten just how brutal the opening for that game is. Like, that opening would be like a real big turn-off for somebody who's not into this already. Just like all of Naruto, such a pain to deal with. Like, they throw a lot at you really quickly with that. I should check the mantras. Yeah, they throw a lot at you really quickly with it. In ways that you're not really going to be able to handle. And you're going to die, and it can be a big turn-off for somebody who's not done this before. It can be really bad as somebody's first experience, because SMT4, it's more accessible, it's not easy. I'd argue Nocturne has an easier start than 4 does.
You're no different than me. How many have you devoured, huh? We eat to survive.
Whip him in the eyes.
You're just like me.
He's right
Come
there.
On, admit it. Say it, bitch.
Chrono Punch. Argilla participates. Yeah, it's like, okay, what was the problem before? He was too nimble, you couldn't hit him accurately. But like, he's holding you down, he's in a specific location, and you have hold of him as well. It's not a matter of you can't reach a vital area. Alright. Is it still Earth? I hope it's still Earth. Awesome. I think part of the reason why the boob mouths look so weird is because the lip syncing isn't exactly great. Whose mouth, man? I hadn't noticed that his head isn't on his shoulders. I always thought it was just like hunched over. Like that was his demon form just being hunched over. I had not realised that his head is on his dick. Although it explains why his eyes are balls. Is this the fight where I need Argilla to come in and take care of this? I think this was still Kazuma Kaneko designing demons here. You know, it makes me curious, like, what was the first game seek? Argilla will participate. Will she? Will she do anything? Quiet, you. Alright. You know what? Thanks for the luck, meh. I don't know if we'll still be here when you get back, so if we're not, you take care of yourself, buddy. Good news is this is the last battle with this guy. Curse. Awful status effect. Big damage. I'm done messing around with you. I should have put Earth Amp on this. Just for like the added insult. Looking at that, I possibly could have killed him with Earth Amp. Yeah, so we just got unlucky the first time round, him choosing to turn everybody into bats. See, that's the kind of thing that happens when you piss me off. Stop playing fair. You want another example of that? Look at the Mega Nada fight we did in DDS 2. Go fuck yourself, Bat. He even bother to eat him.
Oh man, you three are heavy.
Do you realize we could share the same fate as them? We all hate. We all fight. We all devour just to survive.
Angela, that's been the truth since this war started.
I couldn't defend myself.
Yeah, it's weird. You should have been able to.
We aren't any different from him.
Aren't we, though?
What's the point, then? Why live like this? Why are we even alive? Surf, tell me.
Will you fucking quote MGS5 at me? I could press this button and Flame wouldn't be able to say anything for the rest of the stream. A new hideout. I forgot we get a new hideout. Alright, while Argilla isn't in the party, I should replace Chakra Walk with Mutual Karma. Wolves and Brutes are the last two groups left. You think it's a good idea to have a singing so audible around the area, though? It's like, hey, we moved hideouts so that the other tribes wouldn't be able to find us and take Sarah again. But also, Sarah's just essentially shouting out, hey, we're here. That's fair enough, Flame. We're probably not going to go for too much longer anyway. It's been over 5 hours. So we're probably not going to go for much longer. I appreciate you being here, Flame. You take care of yourself, buddy. Have yourself a good night. Ah, there's a save point. Excellent. Yellow's currently in the party, but I would like to replace him with Argilla. Specifically because Argilla isn't weak to ailments. We swap those out before we finish. Because I'll forget next time otherwise. Armor. Chakra Walk. Surf, Argilla, and Gale. And let's save. Mondays are crazy. Nobody really streams on Mondays. So I don't have to worry about like missing anybody's stream or staying up late to watch anybody's stream. Yeah, the only person who's live is Rebel playing Genshin. I've got no interest in Genshin. But yeah, it's going to do it for us for today. I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. 8-1. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Flame, May, Clem, Amanda, Teak, Ninja, Lino. And I think that's all of our regulars. So like Zara Zabuza for the raid, thank you so much for that. Banginet for the follow and the chat, thank you so much for joining us. Anybody else? Let me had somebody else walking, but I can't see them. But regardless, I very much appreciate everybody who joined the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Thank you so much for keeping me company. We'll probably be back tomorrow with possibly Hades. Might start Hades. Give that a try. If not Hades, it'll be more of this. I've got work on Wednesday, but it's a 9-5 shift, and I'm off again Thursday. I only have 3 shifts this week. So like we can do a lot of streaming this week. I think Saturday's like the only day I can't stream because I'm up early on Sunday for a shift. Maybe. I have to check. Third shift again. I don't remember when exactly that is. But yeah, like tomorrow like, it'll either be more Digital Devil Saga or we'll be starting Hades. RE0 we will get back to. I don't remember, I'm not sure when. Could be soon though, because I don't want to forget too much about that. Because otherwise I will just drop it. And I actually want to do that. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Once again, thank you so much to everybody for joining the stream. Thank you so much to everybody in the chat for keeping me company. And there's not really anything else to say except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. And take care. We'll catch you later. We'll catch you next time, guys. Bye.